Morning, people. Here we are, as usual, in front of Dedham Superior Court on the day of trial. It's a little cool out here today. Smaller crowd than normal. We're live.
Okay, hi everybody. Good morning. So we wanted to know, does OG stand for old gal?
Old gal.
Or old guys?
Well, I gotta say yes, I guess.
Yeah, must be it. Well,
Yeah.
I like gal.
We're live. You want to say hi?
Hi.
Traveled pretty far. How often have you been to the trial? Never?
Never.
Not even trial one?
Nope.
Did you follow it in trial one?
I did. Yes, I did.
The funny thing is, it's like less bodies and boots on the ground this time around because of the buffer zone and everything. But there's more people than ever like watching it like on YouTube shows, and it's kind of like opposite of what it was in trial one. But there was a bunch of us down here, but not a lot of people were keeping up with the trial.
Yeah, I watched.
Not until like halfway or toward the end of the trial did people start saying, "Wow, what's going on?"
Right.
And then when the beginning of trial one, a lot of people didn't have a clue. So going into trial two, a lot of people are covering it.
I don't mind.
But I think the buffer zone kind of hurt our numbers out.
Yes.
You want to say hi to the show?
Cheers, everybody. From Indianapolis. Every chick. Everyone knows it. Yes. Robin Cheese in there, so you tell everyone. He doesn't stop talking, Robin Cheese. That's what Scott said.
Switch the camera.
Wait a minute. No, I don't recognize that. Okay.
Like,
Yeah, why not? Yeah. Oh, okay, no, I don't know what. But I think I've heard people do that.
yeah, she's on first one, so stop at that instead of us. We made it fast.
Well, Sergeant Harmon's here. A few of the group already went over. Greeted them for the morning talk.
Yeah.
The early morning crowd here, we have pretty much a regular group. Some people show up as late as 8:30 down the far end, 400-foot line, to see Karen drive in. So our numbers will increase here over the next hour. breezy, if not windy, as always down here. At least the sky's brightened up a little bit. I don't think we're gonna get wet. Me and a bunch of us are going on the duck boat later, so I'll be leaving boots on the ground area down there, probably like 11 a.m. or 1 o'clock duck boat tour. You know, Nan Gallagher, aka Lothario, is in town. The Clara was in court yesterday. I think Nan is going into court today. I don't know if they will be down here earlier to be with boots on the ground. Say Nan might be down before court to be out here a little bit before she goes into court. Leclerc is in town. He usually comes down here, boots on the ground, if he's not going to court. I know JFK is in town. He might be around today or even going into court himself. His partner on the show, James Jackson, went into court the other day. Karen and her family usually get these YouTube creators to go into court with them a day or two while they're here in town.
But put them in a zip bag.
There's mainstream media presence here all the time, but there seems to be less than, say, in trial one for some reason. The one thing that there's been of some controversy this time around is the media pool lottery. 10 seats that are available in the courtroom. All the media has to put their name in a hat, and like actually the results from yesterday's lottery come out. So today we'll find out who's in court next week from media. Some mainstream media people are losing every week, and some of the more fringe media people are getting in every week. So you get some people complaining that the lottery's fixed. Who knows? Get the Petro winning every week. Grant Smith Ellis. Meanwhile, it was like Ted Daniel losing every week for a while. He was on a losing streak. He started getting in here a week or so or two. I mean, I suppose it's better than the chair system they had in trial one, where the people had to camp out in chairs all night, holding a spot for the media to get into trial one, which became problematic at times. So then they went to the lottery idea. But the mainstream major Boston channels don't automatically get in. Their name gets put in the hat just with everybody else. So some weeks the media that won the lottery is kind of odd. Some winners aren't even here, and then their chair goes to an alternate. There's a few visitors here that that have traveled. Other than that, it's the core group of us out here every morning for the early crew and the morning prayer and pledge of allegiance, and then we march down at 8 a.m. to the 400-foot buffer zone line to greet Karen drive it in. So some people show up 8:30 just to see her drive in. They're not down here early for this part.
I think the protesting for
7:42. So we'll huddle up for prayer and pledge of allegiance soon here.
So occasionally I get up there and
Did we know who the next witness was yesterday before she ended court early?
No.
No.
I don't. So who's next witness? No, so there's people.
At the end of the court day yesterday, they were about to get into the next witness, and then Bev just called it a day. She was looking at the time. Well, I was curious if somebody had an idea of who the next witness was supposed to be.
little sign to print it. See, we have the Scott statue.
Oh,
I'm like, why?
she coming earlier every day?
Coming today.
Oh, all right. She usually doesn't drive through here this early.
Look at this famous fella. Brenda's okay. No, you got Dustin Tuesday, that is. I know. I would be.
I have no storage. I take a picture. I'm like, I deleted a whole bunch and I shut it on.
So yeah, so I put our class on the website. Probably spots on.
No, it's just Harmon talking to one of the news anchors over there about something.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. Yeah, that's what it is. I don't get that's like you preach it to people, you know.
We have to figure out that.
Hoping for warmer weather for the duck boat tour. Of course, that didn't happen. It'd be a little cool on that thing today.
It's basically museums. And they're like those stores. You don't get to see, but whereas fine. That's an one. So what do you think? You go up for that? Let's make it. And then wherever.
We know who's leading prayer and pledge of allegiance. One of the locals that walks through here every day.
Which dog's up, you know?
Who's doing the prayer? I got 7:45 ish.
Please. Good luck, Layla. Danny loves you. Get up, Daddy and Kenny. Have a good day in the school. You guys coming in? Move it, move it. Turn the camera off.
How about I'll be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done. On earth as it is in heaven. Give us our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Preach
it!
I'm on.
Morning.
So we got see through picture now.
Yeah, I know.
Janet.
Yeah, you're number 2 minutes.
Hey back, hey back.
Glad that you know your lives on the. You should talk to the science. For text messages. Yeah.
Are you using that to do the group picture? Is that what you're trying to do? Are you running out of storage for photos? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, that's right. Yeah, you're right there.
Again, people, I cannot see the chat with this link. It's tough to interact with the audience here. And I did a lot of talking last night. I'm not really in a talking mood, sorry. But once again, I've been tasked with running a link here. Get coverage of this. Morning. Days I'd be curious the vehicle count per day going down High Street through Devon's here. It's crazy. A lot of people can get off of Route 1 and go down High Street here and just keep going. Get over to I-95. This becomes like a major artery to get from Route 1 to 95. It goes right through historic downtown Dedham. Yeah, we're going into another court day. We have no idea who the next witness is. Because they were about to call a witness, and then Judge Canoni realized it was too late in the day to really get into it, so she ended court a little early yesterday. So I was wondering if somebody had a clue as to who the witness was on deck yesterday. Nobody's heard anything. Yep. All right. I gotta get in the back.
I'll take it out from you. Come right over here. What you got it done? Ready?
Oh, that looks good. Oh, you got a remote? Look at her. Tina. 1, 2, 3.
All right. That'll be fake news. It'll look like it was a sunny day.
Yeah.
Sun came out for a second. Where is the flag? The flag. Can you carry it down there? Leaning against the other pillar over there. Please. Oh yeah. The glare was talking about that picture.
Jesus Christ.
He's
No, he should have stayed home today. You going on the boat? I think they have them on it, don't they?
Yeah. So many people. They fit 30. Yeah. 30.
35.
35.
35.
I'll take my seat. Release. Yes, yes, purchase. Why? Shit. It's so crazy. This side's disgusting. That side's great. It's like it gets more sunlight. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I can recruit somebody else. Any volunteers to carry my flag? Leaning against that pillar over there, please. Thank you.
Hey, just say, Scott, just say Steve. Hello, Steve.
Oh, hi, Steve. I'll see you in a few.
In the car park.
He's sitting in a nice warm car waiting for me.
Ah, see,
Get out, you Steve.
I've never done that.
Dog you with us. Yes, I know.
It was one day. It was one day I was here, and I was just staying in my truck, warm and dry, while they were doing the prayer, and then I went down to the far end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty cool temperatures and some wind. It's not wintry out, but it's pretty chill. Couple minutes when we turn into pumpkins, we must vacate the buffer zone.
Well, how do you enjoy last night, Scott? On Resistant Silence. It was a good show, I thought.
No, thank you.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, went into it like having no idea what we were going to talk about, and it just kind of flowed from there.
that's the best thing, but you can talk about anything, so it's nothing.
Yeah.
What do you think about Judge Bev's signals to Brennan? No stuff.
Oh yeah, the microdocs video looked pretty shady to me.
I know. I thought you might have something to say about it. You know. Right. Well, Mark, are we going? Or... Yeah.
Forward march.
Sharon, which Sharon?
Yeah, so like Sergeant Harmon doesn't consider the buffer zone in effect until 8 a.m. So that's why we can hang down here with our free can read gear and signs. We'll have to vacate the buffer zone. There was a noontime hearing yesterday in front of a different judge here in this court. I don't know what will result in that hearing. Judge took it under advisement. And then, of course, Mark Randazza has a hearing in federal court Thursday regarding the buffer zone and possible modification or overriding Judge Cannoni's latest buffer zone ruling, which is word salad gobbledygook. So I don't know if the other Superior Court judge in this courthouse is going to do anything about it. Maybe trying to get ahead of it before the feds step in and do something about it, but Bev being ordered by the First Circuit Federal Court to do something, rewrite the buffer zone was an utter failure, of course. So it still needs to be fixed.
Yes.
The old buffer zone line was restored. We'd all be here where we were in trial one. I mean, they still park here, but you can't display free can read stuff on your vehicle or hang here with signs because she moved the buffer zone line another 200 feet, kicked us out of this area. Just out of spite, I believe. They claimed it was because the jurors could hear us. I think that's a lie. They just wanted to push us out of this area and make it uncomfortable. take away parking. What I do with the flag is I just stick it in the fencing, you know, where the loops are that hook the fences together. Just anywhere. My arm's already tired. I don't have a phone stick. Yeah, thank you.
You know, it's all just.
Yeah. No matter where we go, they just add more fencing. It's like, oh, the cattle have like gone into the road, so we it's a sign, don't feed the animals. Right. Yeah, like I said, we have to leave the buffer zone at 8 o'clock, so we end up down here early. Because realistically, Karen or and our team aren't driving through here until 8:45-ish. Sometimes we'll see Bill and Janet Reed before that come by. Either they're driving themselves or Nathan Reed's driving him in. He tries to drive him in a few times a week when he can. A few breaks in the clouds here and there. You peek at the sun, but I don't think it's going to stay out. Tomorrow's supposed to be really bad. Pouring rain. It's only a half day of court, so. We have a few rainy days. The last week or the week before. People manage ponchos and umbrellas, but Jen Root is here. Sister of Just on Route. I mean, her cause trying to bring awareness to what happened to her brother. He was shot and killed in Brookline, which we all believe was obviously excessive use of deadly force. So the Just on Route thing, because it involves DA Morrissey's office. Some of the state police detectives are kind of merged into the Free Karen Reed movement. Ancillary, just as the Sandra Birchmore stuff kind of merged into the Free Karen Reed. They're all related. They're all related to DA Meatball Morrissey's office. Morrissey's state police detectives covering the murder of Sandra Birchmore by former Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell. Hi, I'm live. I don't know if you want to say hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
And, Jen does some good signs. And exactly. So they cannot investigate themselves. That directly ties into the just en route case and how they, after the excessive deadly force, how many rounds were fired?
31 in Brookline and 15 in Boston.
So 15 rounds fired in Boston. Just on, he was hit multiple times. Car chase ensued. Pit maneuvered his vehicle. He crashed in Brookline. Wounded. He exited the vehicle. Collapsed in front of a strip mall in Brookline on Route 9. The chasing police arrived, surrounded him in a circle. He's unarmed, possibly to the point where he's dying on the ground, and they unloaded into him. So there was an investigation into the possible excessive use of deadly force, especially on the second encounter with Just On. And of course, DA Morrissey's office investigated themselves, and everybody was cleared. It was a good shoot. So Jen, they cannot investigate themselves sign. It actually applies to the Officer John O'Keefe, Karen Reed case. It applies to the Sandra Birchmore case. And obviously to the Just En Route case. Problem with these DA's offices in Massachusetts is there's no, they have their own state police detective groups, and there's literally no higher authority above them. Other than possibly the Attorney General or the Governor. But Attorney General Andrea Campbell or Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey certainly aren't going to go after Meatball Morrissey's office. They're all on the same team. You look at the arrest of former Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell last August by the U.S. Attorney's Office and the DOJ. Massachusetts Attorney General Andrea Campbell has done zero into investigating the murder of Sandra Birchmore. She hasn't lifted a finger, done nothing. So if the feds hadn't stepped in and arrested Matthew Farwell, nothing would have been done. And that's going to be an interesting trial when that begins. Matthew Farwell's next court date is July 1st, I believe. They keep slow walking that. A lot of us tend to believe that they're delaying the beginning of Matthew Farwell's trial until after this trial is over. A lot's going to come out in that Matthew Farwell trial, especially G.A. Morrissey's troopers, Carino, Fanning, that were part of the cover-up in the Sandra Birchmore case. They deemed it a suicide early on, never truly investigated Matthew Farwell, basically covered for him. Just as in, the murder of John O'Keefe, they were covering for other police officers. Covering for police officers, they cannot investigate themselves. As Jen's sign says. So other than federal intervention, you know, as we've seen in trial 1 and in trial 2, the DOJ and the U.S. Attorney's Office was on to this early. They knew that Officer John O'Keefe was not run over by Karen Reed. In fact, they hired ACA to prove it. Her vehicle did not hit him. So obviously something else happened to him. You know, going into trial 1, we all thought, oh, the feds could step in at any minute and arrest all the true culprits. Of course, that did not happen. You know, the other side claims that the feds are gone and they've packed up and left town. But a lot of us don't believe that 100%. But I mean, if they were to arrest everybody that was involved in this, you're talking crazy. Multiple police officers, the DA himself. I don't know. It's almost like the DOJ, FBI, and U.S. Attorney's Office was like, oh my God, our dragnet's so full. What do we do? And if we do arrest all these people, we're going to have them dead to rights. The 98% conviction rate is what it is because of that. So.
You know, that is snotty. Oh, wicked.
I don't think the sun's staying out at all, you know.
So we actually.
Even when it poked out there for a second, it was like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Yes.
So Dylan, what, looking for validation?
No, I'm just sorry for Neil. I'm so sorry for the lucky one.
Yeah,
No, younger one.
yeah, all right. Dennis, as usual, is on the wrong side of the fence. But I don't see any police yet down here. Hey, guys,
I'm like,
I had just a baseball cap on earlier, and then I went and got my just on route cap.
I know, I'm like, all right, hold on, let's do it. Like, hey, let's do it. Let's do a selfie. I'm trying to get better at this.
Right, there we have the matching just on route app.
I'm like,
Yeah, people are unfamiliar with the case.
yeah. You can go to justonroute.com and you can learn more about his story there. A lot of the same investigators in the Norfolk DA's office, the same for Sandra Birchmore and for Officer John O'Keefe were in Justin's too. But his investigation was done in 30 days. One would say that it was done from the moment it happened.
Yeah,
But it's important to make sure that this doesn't happen to other people. Proper investigations need to occur, and as long as they're investigating themselves, their colleagues, I mean, they have close working relationships. They can't be impartial and they can't be transparent, no matter what you say.
Mhm.
I mean, you ask everybody,
I
like,
agree.
should the police investigate themselves? The answer is no. And so why are they? Why are they?
Well, I was jibber jabbering on here earlier, and I think part of the problem is these these district attorneys have their own embedded state police detective groups,
Correct.
and they have no oversight. They're like rogue entities, and there's nobody above them other than the attorney general, I guess, could bring in an independent investigation. But then you get into the politics where, Maury Healy and Andrea Campbell aren't going to go after a legacy Democrat like Morrissey. So you get into the politics there too. So.
Simply, it could just be an independent investigation or have an independent unit that's set up just for that solely. They're not involved,
Yeah.
right? And then we can have that.
Well, we've talked to law enforcement in other states.
Yeah.
And some states have like their own like bureau investigation type of unit
Yeah.
that's like above, like say the Massachusetts. You have the state police, which is the top dog law enforcement agency in Massachusetts, and then these DAs are able to handpick state trooper detectives to work in their office under them, so they become like each DA in Massachusetts has their own little state police detective group.
Yeah.
And once they go into the DA's office, they're kind of detached from the state police organization, and they now work for that DA. They've kind of like gone rogue, and then they become loyal to the DA, and there's nobody above them. Where other states, they have like like Georgia Bureau of Investigation or whatever. I can't think off the top of my head.
A lot of the times they
With
work
states?
hand in hand with the actual local police department.
Right.
So in Justin's case, the Boston police were also collecting evidence or not collecting evidence, however.
Oh yeah, because the incidents started in Boston and then ended up in Brookline, which is Norfolk County, right?
Yep, it's Norfolk County, but even for Norfolk County, they work together. They split up different jobs. Like the Norfolk DA is going to do this, they're going to do that, and that doesn't work either.
No. You would need a independent organization that's above, say, the state police and the district attorney's offices to be able to investigate downward upon them.
Yeah.
But all we have is the feds stepping in to investigate them.
Because, the level that's happening here is pretty big. But there was a family member who had also lost a loved one to police that had said, there needs to be something like they have for aviation. When there's a crash of an airplane, there's something, there's an entity.
Yeah, National Transportation Safety Board, FAA.
Yeah, an oversight.
Oversight, yeah. Yeah, so if there's a questionable police shooting, there should automatically be this higher organization that comes in independent, completely independent of a DA and his handpicked detectives. So there's no conflict of interest.
Well, there would
You know
be
what I
more
mean?
integrity in the system, and we
Yeah.
wouldn't feel so, discouraged. And they should actually want that too.
Right. Well, yes and no.
Yeah, right. I know, but in reality, right? In reality,
In reality, they would want
accountability.
Oh yeah, we're open to investigation from this higher authority. We have nothing to hide. Right? That's what they should say. But you have somebody like Morrissey, who the only possible agency above him is the feds, and he just calls the feds boogeyman, and they're no good. They're corrupt. It's great. Because he doesn't like the idea of having somebody looking down on him and his business.
They won't even reopen an investigation because just to even the idea of the Attorney General coming in and reopening a case that a DA has got is like so taboo. I mean, you try to look into it, you can't find out if it's ever really actually been done. And then they say, oh, we appointed somebody, but they've always appointed some retired DA and people who already have this infiltration. It's like, no, that's not what we're talking about. Like, we really need someone impartial, not with ties.
Right, exactly. Like you said, even the attorney general, even though she has the power to reopen something Morrissey did, she doesn't want to. What's up, Jack? How are you?
I'm recording. I said, what is that?
Yeah.
How you doing? All right.
Good, good, yeah. It's a little chilly here, so I gotta put on the cap.
Oh yeah.
Gotta do 20 with Scott.
Yeah.
What you got?
I always have my just on cap.
Live.
Yeah. Yeah, like so you said, Andrea Campbell isn't gonna bust open a new investigation on Michael Morrissey. No, she can't. She should, but she can't. She won't. Especially when Matthew Crowell was arrested. Crazy. Hey Chris, I'm live. Hi, good morning. Good to see you.
Hi, everyone.
People, like I said earlier, slowly filtering in. He hasn't been winning the media lottery, so he hasn't really been coming that much. Is he? Yeah.
What's that?
There's only 10 members of the media are allowed into the trial. So every Tuesday, all the press credentialed media put their name in the hat, and only 10 are picked. So Turtle Boy puts his name in the hat every week, but he lost like 3 weeks in a row. So because he can't be in the courtroom reporting, he'll come down to protest with us, but he can't be in the courtroom. So it kind of discourages him from coming down here, I think. Like if it's a week where he won the media lottery, he'd be down here every day because he's in the courtroom.
And it's for the week.
Yeah. So they draw it Tuesday night. They announce the who won this morning. So he'll know this morning if he's in for next week. But it's crazy because even the mainstream media have to put their name in the hat. So like Ted Daniel was like losing like every week. He wasn't getting in. But some of the more obscure, like never heard of them, they win. You would think the mainstream media would get automatic seats, and then the extra seats would be like lottery seats. But no, everybody has to put their name in a hat, so it's just total luck who gets to be in the courtroom.
No, I have to work my 5-hour-a-week job that I have left. I'll probably have 5.
Good morning. How are you? Some people are winning that media lottery like every week, and it's starting to look fishy. More fuel for the fire for the conspiracy theorists. Seeing who's winning the media lottery every week.
I was always in and out of school, but tons of and a couple of months later.
I don't have another phone to look at the chat or see the picture quality I'm getting down here, because obviously when you're looking at it on your phone it looks crystal clear, but I need another phone to see what it actually looks like. That, like Ken's sign here, we were talking about how these cases all tie together. You got Karen Reed framed, Sandra Birchmore murdered, and just en route executed. So that sign kind of sums it up when we're talking about these three cases and how they relate to DA Meeple Morrissey's office. I mean, other than the TUI that was injected into trial one from the feds, DOJ, and the FBI, that was some tangible proof of some of the shenanigans going on, and proof positive that the feds were or are still investigating DA Morrissey's office. Secondly, when former Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell was arrested by the feds last August for the murder of Sandra Birchmore, for me, that's the most solid proof. Show me receipts. That's my receipt to show to you that the feds have been investigating Morrissey's office for a while. And the Matthew Farwell federal trial for the murder of Sandra Birchmore is going to reveal even more dirt from Morrissey's office. Not going to be good for him. More of DA Meatball Morrissey's detectives are going to be impeached in that trial. I think it's those federal trials on televised. But you never know what the feds will do. They might try to skirt around that and find a way to convict Farwell without dragging all of DA Morris troopers down. Just like even in this trial, I mean, Michael Proctor got fired. And you can picture somebody like Morrissey just trying to blame it all on Proctor, make him a fall guy. But Buchanan getting grilled for 3 days in trial too didn't look too great, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Some sun for a little bit, and then all of a sudden it looks grayer than ever. Sometimes it's 8 to 8:40. Seems like it takes forever. Or 8:45 or whatever.
I know it felt like we were here 40 minutes yesterday. And I kept phone. It was 8:15.
Yeah, I know, exactly. I know some people used to go down that end, but now there's a crowd down that end.
We're always gonna have something to stand out for.
Yeah.
Depending what the traffic is. So traffic between like 8:30 to 9 o'clock just exponentially increases with every minute. So usually by the time Karen's driving by here, the traffic's backed up all the way up to here. And you have to kind of judge where maybe our car stops in the traffic, and people try to figure out where they are along this fence that's going to be the best possible spot to catch her when the car's not moving. He's usually one of the news photographers here from CBS Boston. He's up here. He doesn't use his news camera though. He uses his phone. He tries to film her coming in every morning. I haven't seen him today. You was still real dark here. Morning.
How are you doing today?
Good. I'm trying to run Dylan's show, and I can't see chat.
You need a stick.
Need a stick too. Yeah. Okay. Then.
Can't you use one of their phones to see the chat? No.
Sometimes somebody will give me one. I can just look at the chat. So they did the other day.
Yeah, I have to watch it.
For the thermal font.
Is anybody in on the show? No? I don't know. Just wanted to look at it for a minute.
You can't even come on the street. Johnny, why don't you come down there and fuck them up? Don't
Don't. You got all that, Scott?
Well, try another. Trying to get another phone. All right, I just grabbed somebody else's phone so I can see the chat for a minute. And also look at what kind of picture quality I'm getting here. Doesn't look too bad, I guess. Just trying to see who's in the chat this morning. Robin G. Hi, Tracy B. Yeah, this is our downtime. Once we get kicked out of the buffer zone, we come down here past the 400 foot and wait for Karen to drive by. So, other than everybody socializing with each other, 8 to 8:45 seems like a long time down here. Sometimes. Yeah, the buffer zone enforcement begins at 8 a.m. So we're in front of the court 7 to 8 a.m. where we can have signs and apparel. But at 8 o'clock, we have to exit the buffer zone. I mean, you can stay in the buffer zone if you don't have any signs or apparel. Sort of. You can't really stay in front of the courthouse. Sergeant Harmon's not going to allow that. But you can go across the street, hang around. But we like to come down this end, still have our signs and apparel for when Karen drives by. And then people either bag up their signs or they park pretty close over here and just sneak them back to their cars. I bag my sign up and I walk the full 600 feet past the front of the courthouse again to the other end of the buffer zone. That's where I hang out during when court's in session, because you're only 200 feet away from the court on that side of the buffer zone, and I can have the signs on my truck and wear all my apparel and hold my sign. With this extended buffer zone on this end, you could stay up here, I guess, but you'd be stuck right where we're standing. It's kind of a tough place to do a stand up, and you're pretty far from the court. When we're down the other end, the 200 foot line, which it didn't move, you can actually see the courthouse pretty, you're not exactly close, but you're fairly close. And you can have all your signs and gear outside the buffer zone, and that's the closest you're going to get to the front of the courthouse is on that end.
Yeah, it was a very like shaky conversation.
Make America follow the Constitution again. Yeah, that would be nice. So it's especially not in Massachusetts or Norfolk County. Yeah, court session starts at 9. As I was talking about is 8 a.m. The buffer zone starts being enforced. Prior to 8 a.m., they really don't enforce the buffer zone rules. This buffer zone as it exists today, I don't think it's going to change. Judge yesterday heard an argument presented by Attorney Randazzo on behalf of Erica Wall. And then Randazzo's in front of a federal judge Thursday in regards to this buffer zone. So I think hopefully sometime next week we see changes made regarding this buffer zone and how it's being enforced and what its perimeter is. Sorry about that. I was handed the camera to do this video and I didn't silence my phone. Trying to film this yourself this morning?
Yeah, my doctor's had appointments.
Yeah. I was looking for him. Yeah, all right. There you go. Because he's down here every day.
Yeah, he only comes up, he's got doctor's.
Yeah. He's expert at it. He's got some good footage of her down here. Yeah. That's one of the news reporters and the gentleman I was talking about earlier that's normally down here photographing. Not here today, so she has to do it herself. Well, one of the problems with the way the buffer zone is written is what they can consider to be improper signage or apparel, like Erica's sweatshirt basically said, I forget the exact wording, Norfolk County is criminal, run by criminals. Didn't say anything about Karen Reed, doesn't say anything directly about the case, so it's kind of very loose interpretation that state police cat team or Sergeant Harbin was considering violation of the buffer zone. It wasn't like a blatant free Karen Reed shirt. Attorney Randazzo was saying that I didn't go into the hearing at noontime yesterday, But he said that the judge that heard his argument was smiling and almost laughing about how ludicrous the enforcement of this buffer zone is out here. So I don't know what kind of ruling could come out of that. So Erica went into court yesterday to be arraigned, but DA Meatball Morrissey has to hire an independent prosecutor because of the conflict of interest. They found somebody to take that role. He went in front of the judge in Stoughton District around 9:45, 10 o'clock, something like that. And he basically asked the judge for more time because he needs to get up to speed on the case. So Erica's back in court Friday for arraignment because obviously she can't be arraigned unless there's a prosecutor willing to prosecute the case. And anybody directly involved with attorney DA Meatball Morrissey's office can't prosecute the case because of the conflict of interest.
Yeah.
It's killing me. Yeah, I need a sling. Well, a camera stick would help. Your arm gets.
You need a sling for that mosquito bite.
Yeah.
Mosquito husband tactic.
Or like a rope holding my. I gotta hold my arm up.
You're right about the body cast. Yeah, a little stick.
The stick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Who's channel? The guy.
She has to film herself because her cameraman's not here.
Oh, is that what's going on?
She's already failing because she'd be down here already.
Yeah. Gotta run along the side.
That might help her.
All right, here we go. She's gonna blow by everybody.
Yeah.
Move along.
Bye.
Yeah, well. Go for that stock.
We're with you.
Yeah.
We're with you, Karen. Stay strong. What's his name? LJ. Oh, hi, LJ. I said, you want to say good morning to Karen? He said, no, I want to say I love you, Karen.
That's a great
He's
dog.
5. He's 5. It's 5. Oh, thank you.
Hey, Alan. Nice to see you. Hiya.
That's a great. It's so awesome. You're such a great team. Thank you guys for all
Doing a great job.
Take it down. Dear Dr. Wolf? Yeah.
Yes.
We're with you, we're with
Yeah, so the Dr. Will from the, I keep forgetting the name of their company. All right, so
My daughter, I drop her off at 8:15, but today I got. Next time I'll bring a few friends. Oh, shit.
Dennis, I'm losing my mind. Dylan,
Yeah.
I'm gonna log off.
Yeah, that's fine. So I've got Bex is
I
there.
gotta
so-
bag up my sign and then
Yeah, Bex is there.
gotta run down to the other end of the
Yeah.
buffer zone.
Go off, just take yourself out, and then when if you want to go back in, Mex will put you back in.
All right.
Mex will play music. Thank you, Scott. Thank you,
All right.
everybody.
Yep. Bye, everybody.
get a good feeling, yeah. Get a feeling that I never had before. No, no, I get a good feeling, yeah.
fell asleep amid the flowers for a couple of hours on a beautiful day. Daydream, I dream of you amid the flowers for a couple of hours. Such a beautiful day.
Daddy gave me a baby, going on the bathroom floor. You're moving around the room and you're naked, then you glance out the bedroom door. I dream of Daddy, you dream.
I fell asleep amid the flowers for a couple of hours on a beautiful day. Daydream, I dream of you amid the flowers for a couple of hours. Such a beautiful day.
Daddy gave me a baby, you see from the chandelier. I'm climbing up the wall 'cause I want ya. That's when I reach you, you think I'm here. I dream of Daddy, a dream.
I fell asleep beneath the flowers for a couple of hours on a beautiful night. Lately, I dream of you beneath the flowers for a couple of hours. Such a beautiful night. Lately, I fell asleep beneath the flowers for a couple of hours on a beautiful night. I dream of you amid the flowers for a couple of hours. Such a beautiful night.
Could I see counsel at sidebar, please?
Leave it for now. Jurors enter. Please be seated.
Good morning, jurors. So, an issue has come to my attention that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to, don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually. And the process may take time. The cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether no filming. All right, send you back and we'll go back and thank you very much.
All right, please.
All right, now I'll see counsel.
I remember when I lost my mind. There was something so pleasant about that place. Even your emotions have an echo in so much space. And when you're out there without care, yeah, I was out of touch. But it wasn't because I didn't know enough. I just knew too much. Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Does that make
right in front of me. Color of her eyes were the color of insanity. Crushed beneath her wave like a ship I could not reach the shore. We're all just dancers on the devil's dance floor. And swing a little more, and there we go. Swing a little more next to me. Swing a little more, and there we go. Swing a little more on the devil's dance floor. Brushed against her face, I could feel her insecurity. Mother had been a drunk and her father was obscurity. Nothing ever came from a life that was a simple one. Pull yourself together, girl, have a little fun. Well, she took me by the hand, I could see she was a furry one. Legs ran all the way up to heaven and past Avalon. Tell me something, girl, what it is you have in store. She said, come with me now on the devil's dance floor. Well, swing a little more, and there we go. Swing a little more next to me. Swing a little more, and there we go. Swing a little more on the devil's dance floor. Swing a little more on the devil's dance floor. Swing a little more, and Mary, yo, swing a little more next to me. Swing a little more, and Mary, yo, swing a little more on the devil's dance floor. The apple now is sweet, oh much sweeter than it ought to be. Not a little bite, I don't think there is much hope for me. Sweat beneath her brow travels all the way and heading south. Bleeding hearts crying cause there's no way out. Well, swing a little more, and there we go. Swing a little more next to me. Swing a little more, and there we go. Swing a little more on the devil's dance floor. Swing a little more, and there we go. Swing a little more next to me. Swing a little more, and there we go. Swing a little more on the devil's dance floor. Swing a little more on the devil's dance floor. Swing a little more on the devil's dance floor.
I am the passenger, and I ride through the city backsides. I see the stars come out of the sky. Yeah, the bright and hollow sky. You know it looks so good tonight.
Good hot chocolate. Hi. How are you? Oh, that's me. Wait, let me turn this thing around. Hey, hi. We are here in the Buffer Zone. Dana, hello. Yeah, there's some shenanigans going on inside. We're not sure what it is, but we are just patiently waiting to see what's going on. Apparently, the judge had just from the start just shut the court down, told everyone to leave, and is questioning each juror one by one about something we do not know. So we're just waiting. I'm going to turn the camera around so you can see what's going on out here. I wonder. Oh, I can't go landscape now, can I? I can. Ooh, there's Scotty. We're all cold. Brandy and Dana. This man. She came out to say hello. She's gonna go back in.
Precious cargo. Thank you. Keep rocking the tan.
Helping out with the boots on the ground for a minute anyway.
Yeah, and I put your coat back.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Of course. Hippie chicks here. Hey, we're live. Right?
The hippie chick.
I know you did. Stop doing that. I don't recognize you now. So yeah, hippie chick's not in the chat. She's on.
I'm
the,
here.
on the ground in the buffer zone. There's the buffer.
Freezing. We'll be back.
Okay.
Let's get out of here. All right, I'm going to go find
You
the
gonna take off?
husband,
All right.
and then we'll see
I'll
you
see you in a bit. All right.
Hi, Scotty.
Yeah, we're going to the duck boats later. And it's gonna be wicked fun. Shady.
You see the chat in there? What's going on?
I can't see the chat. Oh, I can now. Hold on.
You want Jack? Yeah. All right, but we'll see you. Have fun.
Bye, Jack.
Bye-bye.
It was good to see you.
Take care. Have a nice time out there.
Yeah, I know.
Try.
Freeze our butts off.
Duck boat tour be next week.
I know. Can we postpone it? Can we reschedule? Yeah.
Wait until Dylan leaves. What's the weather?
Oh my goodness.
What, did he bring the whole weather with
I
him
think
from
he
England?
did. I think he did. I think he did.
Did she get a coat? Yeah, she did get a coat. Thank you. But she didn't need it. But you know who did was Nan. Nan came out and she was freezing, so she borrowed the coat. So I have an extra coat if anyone needs it out here. Anyone listening? Thank you. So it's freezing down there this morning.
Having that weather now.
Where is it?
Once he goes back.
I think. What the hell? I'm not sure where the girl is. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know if he's in there today. All media had to leave the courtroom, including all electric devices can be left behind. They're probably going through everybody's fucking devices. That's true. I'm just gonna point it this way. So.
Crazy.
What do you?
Jinxed it.
You did. You jinxed it. It's Dana's fault.
It's my fault. This is why. This is what happens. I shouldn't be involved in anything.
Yeah, right. That's funny. Oh.
Thanks, Maxie.
Oh, great timing.
Sure, that's Maxie. It's not Dylan.
Sidewalk.
Oh, never mind.
Nope.
Not sidewalk.
Not sidewalk. Take it back. Yeah, I'm just reading the comments. So
I said last night, I said that, the first trial, we had all the issues with the jurors and all that shit.
Yeah.
This trial so far so good, whatever. That was just last night. Here we go.
Yeah.
First thing this morning, Dana's fault.
Yeah, like you said, all the not guilty are being removed from the jury. So true. I don't know if Dylan told Scott, but I have your selfie stick for Scott going to Dennis's home sometimes. Okay, thank you. So yeah, there's not much going on. Watch your back, Dana. So yeah, I just wanted to pop in since it's kind of like I love the songs though. I was like, I made a comment. No, not yet. I know. Denim pops are cool. It's the Stadies we have the problem with. Yeah, so that's it. There are those undercover that aren't very undercover. We were making fun of them the other day because they're like, that gun was like, he had a tight shirt on. So it was like, you could see the gun like right through his shirt. It was so stupid. That's them, right? No, that's not them.
No, that's not them.
It's their doppelgangers.
That other guy that has, he tries to dress up like he's a gangster and he's like got this gun on his side. Dude.
Yeah, you should have seen him the other day. We were like, it was like, it's like, did you wear that shirt on purpose? Like, shouldn't you wear a baggy shirt? It's like, It's ridiculous.
I'm so proud of you, girl.
But whatever.
If you were a true gangster, you wouldn't be carrying your gun on your side.
Exactly. That's right, Dana. That's right. Dana's a true gangster.
Yeah, like 2 flats higher.
That's good morning. No,
Oh
my
my God.
here. Grateful for you. I wonder how Brennan's gonna just brace himself today. We'll see.
Yeah, Bev signals to Hank. It's like,
Full day of the week. It's supposed to be happening
So we
tomorrow.
finally get a day to get down here, and then Dylan friggin' leaves to go home and nap again.
I know. He's a tired boy.
He is. The dentist has him up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
I know.
Poor
Dylan. He looks tired all the time.
He's got 1 more week left. He's gonna just
Yeah, he needs to take some
Yep.
B12 or something. Get his
Pony up,
ass out.
pony up. Let's go. Yeah, it's been a long time for him, though.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, for him to be streaming every day like he does, sitting down,
Yeah.
streaming, and then to come here and just,
Never sitting down.
Yeah,
So
never.
always on your feet. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. It is almost time for morning break. I bet they'll just like, we should just leave. You know,
you could just.
just leave. It feels like it's getting colder. Is it? You're like, look at those dogs in the car. Hey, oh, there's like 3 of them, 4 of them. Hey, going for a ride? Oh my God, it's like a car full of dogs and happiness.
Dog.
Look at them all.
One dog is driving.
Oh, sorry. There's even like one in the back, I think. Yeah, there's like so.
Nine dogs?
There's 9 dogs in that car. Oh, look at this guy. Look
9 of them in the car.
at this guy.
Hey, Timmy doesn't give a shit if it's cold out. He was like, I'm gonna put shorts on anyway. Who is?
Karen's friend.
Called friend.
Oh, Jen. Oh,
No, not Jen.
The other chick there with the shorter hair?
With her daughter. They're in there. They got booted out.
Oh, yeah.
oh, they're in the court.
Saying that
Oh, I see.
at first eventually she booted everywhere.
Was she angry or was she?
You know it's a Karen supporter.
Yeah, I'm sure Bev was angry. You know?
I'm not just thinking if she's like looked like sorry or like
Yeah.
like she fucked up or she's pissed about something that they did. I don't know. Just
She fucked up something.
No.
you guys, it's so cold out here. We're gonna freeze our asses off on the freaking
I didn't
Charles
double
River.
up in there. I didn't layer up or anything.
Where's Ken Howard?
Who? What? What? I didn't hear you. I couldn't hear you. Tilla. All right. Well, let's just. Well, it's more interesting listening to music, I'm sure. So let's. I'm freezing. I need to get some gloves. So thank you, Mexi. And hopefully they'll be back soon, and we can figure out what the hell's going on here. Okay. Bye.
the city tonight. We'll see the city's ripped back sides. We'll see the bright and hollow sky. We'll see the stars that shine so bright. Stars made for us tonight. The passenger, how it rides. Oh, the passenger, he rides and he rides. He looks through his window. What does he see? He sees the side and hollow sky. He sees the stars come out tonight. He sees the city's ripped back sides. He sees the winding ocean drive. And everything was made for you and me. All of it was made for you and me. 'Cause it just belongs to you and me. So let's take a ride and see what's mine. Singing la 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 la. Passenger, he rides and he rides. He sees things from under glass. He looks through his window inside. He sees the things he knows are his. He sees the bright and hollow sky. He sees the city sleep at night. He sees the stars are out tonight. And all of it is yours and mine. And all of it is yours and mine. So let's ride and ride and ride and ride. Oh, singing la 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 la
boat right as his father and his grand are working in a boat, you're building on the river Thames. One day Chip was hard at work, the devil appeared from hell. He had a roll of copper and a bucket full of nails. The devil said unto Chip, take these nails and copper roll, but you also have to take this rat and I will take your soul. Chip despised the rat and the rat squealed and hissed, but the bucket of nails and copper were too much to resist. Set to work, he'd get rid of the rat, and there wouldn't be a problem with the step to the back. But the devil wouldn't die, no matter how hard he tried. The rat attacked the boat right and he bit him in the eye. It seemed as if the river rats smell and the Satan smell. They followed Chip around and made his life a living hell. He slowly lost his mind, he lost his family, he lost his job and had to join the King's Navy. A bit, a yard will build a ship. A Satan is my master and I'll get you Chip. A lemon goes a bit, a yard will build a ship. A Satan is my master. I'm going to get you. Chased Chip up the gangplank of the ship, and they bit him and they tortured him until he finally flipped. He stammered to the captain to turn around his rig. The captain spied his madness and they chucked him in the brig. The devil had his man, he knew just what to do. He'd command the rats into the planks they chew. The water rushed in and the ship went down. She was smashed upon the rocks on which the rats danced around. A pip, a yard will build a ship. A Satan is my master, I will get you Chip. A lemon grows a pip, a yard will build a ship. A Satan is my master, I will get you Chip. A lemon grows a pip, a yard will build a ship. A Satan is my master, I will get you Chip. A lemon grows a pip, a yard will build a ship. A Satan is my master. I got you Chip.
right now. Yeah, just be yourself. It doesn't matter if it's good enough for someone else. It just takes some time, little girl, in the middle of the ride. Everything will be just fine. Everything will be alright, alright. It just takes some time, little girl, in the middle of the ride. Everything will be just fine. Everything will be alright, alright. Don't write yourself off yet. It's only in your head you feel left out or looked down on. Just do your best. Do everything you can. And don't you worry what their bitter hearts are gonna say. It just takes some time, little girl, in the middle of the ride. Everything will be just fine. Everything will be alright, alright. It just takes some time, little girl, in the middle of the ride. Everything will be just fine. Everything will be alright. I was walking down the street when out the corner of my eye I saw a pretty little thing approaching me. She said, I never seen a man who looks so all alone. Or could you use a little company? If you pay the right price, your evening will be nice, and you can go and send me on my way. I said, you're such a sweet young thing, why you do this to yourself? She looked at me and this is what she said. Oh, there ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. I got bills to pay, I got mouths to feed. It ain't nothing in this world for free. I know I can't slow down, I can't hold back, though you know I wish I could. I know there ain't no rest for the wicked until we close our eyes for good. Not even 15 minutes later, I'm still walking down the street when I saw the shadow of a man creep out of sight. And then he swept up from behind, he put a gun up to my head, he made it clear he wasn't looking for a fight. He said, give me all you got, I want your money, not your life. But if you try to make a move, I won't think twice. I told him you could have my cash, but first you know I gotta ask, what made you wanna live this kind of life? He said there ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. I got bills to pay, I got mouths to feed. There ain't nothing in this world for free. I know I can't slow down, I can't hold back, though you know I wish I could. I know there ain't no rest for the wicked until we close our eyes for good. Yeah. Well, now a couple hours passed and I was sitting in my house. The day was winding down and coming to an end. And so I turned to the TV and flipped it over to the news. And what I saw I almost couldn't comprehend. I saw a preacher man in cuffs, he taking money from the church. He stuffed his bank account with righteous dollar bills. But even still I can't say much because I know we're all the same. Oh yes, we all seek out to satisfy those thrills. You know there ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. We got bills to pay, we got mouths to feed. There ain't nothing in this world for free. I know we can't slow down, we can't hold back, though you know we wish we could. I know there ain't no rest for the wicked until we close our eyes for good.
smoky day in a darkened scullery down by the river in a factory town where bad things happen and the walls are dripping and the ghosts are flitting through the cold hard ground. A pot and kettle on the hob were settled a hissing their patters old bilious crow, and off he matter a clout and clatter and battle and wits in a hideous duel. The lids are rattling, belching steam. Life ain't nothing but a fever dream. You're a lonely villain, you're a terrible liar, but we're both here cooking on the same old fire. Guts are bubbling, belching steam. Life ain't nothing but a fever dream. You're a shanty pot, you're a shite for brains, but we're both here hanging on the same old chains. I've roasted a wealth of exotic things, all torn to ribbons at the hands of kings. Polished copper, how proudly shining, steel in the fire of the blazing sun. You've bought them air and them old soup bones, I've bought the tea for them stately homes. I will rattle like a drum each hogmanay and then scrum to the devil on the following day. Lids on rattling, belching steam. Life ain't nothing but a fever dream. You're a lonely villain, you're a terrible liar, but we're both here cooking on the same old fire. Guts are bubbling, belching steam. Life ain't nothing but a fever dream. You're a shanty pot, you're a shite for brains, but we're both here hanging on the same old chains.
Please be seated.
All right, so jurors, I still have a couple of questions for you. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? And we've discussed the other two questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very, very important that no one discuss this case, don't let anyone talk to you about the case, no comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please, let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So with that, I know we're late getting started. We're going to take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes, and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go till 1. All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking a witness out of order. I apologize. We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Hanley will be back later for the rest of her testimony, but we've got a witness here that we'll call out of order. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
Raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury? Last
Name is A.K.
for a living. And that you study?
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia, but I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me, and I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. How much of your practice, how much % of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma in Minneapolis. I did years residency in Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains, and then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor
In brain transplantation, the interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. And did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually two separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in, could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a year, a month basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And Gamma Knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital, then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high-frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member or fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull-Based Society?
Yes.
And is that brain related?
It is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over, or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue, acidosis in severely head-injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who were unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG-SOD in severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after a brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter, Imaging of Craniocerebral Trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in Emergency Room Assessment of the Head Injury Patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, Intracranial Injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment, please.
Were you an author of a journal article, Intracranial Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin-cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to this, prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain X-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly, and so we classified them and delineated them in the paper and discussed the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
Thank you. And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a characterization?
It's basically the base of your skull is what it encompasses. So the opening what we your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebrospinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this, where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or, for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back at the beginning. You said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Could we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Your Honor.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain, into his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, request kindly a sidebar on this.
All right, we'll come to that.
Thank you.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line-type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota?
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes, I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup counter coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped, and it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup counter coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup counter coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup counter coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen
you can the orbital roof is very thin, and so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Do you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that happened?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial, and it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally. And what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were cavemen, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you show?
I don't.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I'll tell it. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately. If I shot you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop. Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling. And ultimately, death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma, so it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of, and yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14? Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and that sort of configures, and that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which died in.
It takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin?
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, but then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something, or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case-by-case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass?
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they pass is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury. And that he was then found hypothermic. You know, when someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare one.
I've asked you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
All right.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Morning, Doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
And what type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So, none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist in...
I am, if you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last word.
I'm sorry, with the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
Upper eyelid.
I am aware that the entity described that. Yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk,
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
we're going to, 165, Your Honor.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Wolf, you're all set, so we can get you out of here.
Thank you very much.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
May we have a moment to inquire of our next witness?
Sure. And while I see counsel inside our jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch. So, jurors, you may realize that that went quicker than we thought. So we are ahead of schedule, so why don't we take that morning break that we can take? So we'll take a 15 or 20 minute break.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your
Take that morning break that we can take. So we'll take a 15 or 20 minute break.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your
Yeah, this one's for the workers who toil night and day, by hand and by brain, to earn your pay, who for centuries on past for no more than your bread, have bled for your countries and counted your dead. In the factories and mills, in the shipyards and mines, we've often been told to keep up with the times, for our skills are not needed. They've streamlined the job and with slide rule and stopwatch, our pride they have wrong. We're the first ones to start, we're the first ones to die, the first ones in line for that pie in the sky, and we're always the last when the crane is set out, for the worker is working when the fat cat's about. And when the sky darkens and the prospect is war, who's given a gun and then pushed to the fore and expected to die for the land of our birth, though we've never owned one lousy handful of earth. We're the first ones to start, we're the first ones to die, the first ones in line for that pie in the sky, and we're always the last when the crane is set out, for the worker is working when the fat cat's about. Always the last when the crane is set out, for the worker is working when the fat cat's about. We're the first ones to start, we're the first ones to die, the first ones in line for that pie in the sky, and we're always the last when the crane is set out, for the worker is working when the fat cat's about. And all these things the worker has done, from tilling the fields to carrying the gun, we've been yoked to the plow since time was begun, and always expected to carry the can. So 1, 2, 3, take my hand and come with me, because you look so fine that I really want to make you mine. I say you look so fine that I really want to make you mine. 4, 5, 6, come on and get your kicks. Now you don't need the money when you look like that, do you, honey? Big black boots, long brown hair. She's so sweet with her get back stare. Well, I could see you home with me, but you were with another man, yeah. I know we ain't got much to say before I let you get away, yeah. I said, are you gonna be my girl? It's 1, 2, 3, take my hand
and come with me because you look so fine that I really want to make you mine. I say you look so fine that I really want to make you mine. 4, 5, 6, come on and get your kicks. Now you don't need money with a face like that, do ya? Big black boots, long brown hair. She's so sweet with her yeah, back stare. Well, I could see you were with me, but you were with another man, yeah. I know we ain't got much to say before I let you get away, yeah. I said, are you gonna be my girl?
Darling, you got to let me know. Should I stay or should I go? If you say that you are mine, I'll be here till the end of time. So you got to let me know. Should I stay or should I go? It's always tease, tease, tease. And let me know. Should I stay or should I go? Should I stay or should I go now? Should I stay or should I go now? If I go there will be trouble, and if I stay it will be double. So come on and let me know. Indecision's bugging me. If you don't want me, set me free. Exactly whom I'm supposed to be. Don't you know which clothes even fit me? Come on and let me know. Should I cool it or should I blow? Should I stay or should I go now? Should I stay or should I go now? If I go there will be trouble, and if I stay it will be double. So you gotta let me know. Should I cool it or should I blow? Should I stay or should I go now? If I go there will be trouble, and if I stay it will be double.
trying to keep us all dumbed down and hope that we will never see the truth around. Another promise, another scene, another a package like to keep us trapped in greed. All the green belts wrapped around our minds, and endless red tape to keep the truth confined. Will Well, I took a walk around the world to ease my troubled mind. I left my body lying somewhere in the sands of time. But I watched the world float to the dark side of the moon. I feel there's nothing I can do. Yeah. I watched the world float to the dark side of the moon. After all, I knew it had to be something to do with you. I really don't mind what happens now and then, as long as you'll be my friend at the end. If I go crazy, then will you still call me Superman? If I'm alive and well, will you be there holding my hand? I'll keep you by my side with my superhuman, my kryptonite. You call me strong, you call me weak, but still your secrets I will keep. Took for granted all the times I never let you down. You stumbled in and bumped your head. If not for me, then you'd be dead. I picked you up, put you back on solid ground. If I go crazy, then will you still call me Superman? If I'm alive and well, will you be there holding my hand? I'll keep you by my side with my superhuman, my kryptonite. If I go crazy, then will you still call me Superman? If I'm alive and well, will you be there holding my hand? I'll keep you by my side with my superhuman, my kryptonite. Yeah! If I go crazy, then will you still call me Superman? If I'm alive and well, will you be there holding my hand? I'll keep you by my side with my superhuman, my kryptonite.
You may be seated.
All right.
And then we're ready to start. Keep your voice. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ma'am, if you could just please introduce yourself to the jury again, spelling your last name for the record.
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, given the break, if I could just ask you a few questions, just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your testimony. First, starting with the items of glass that you analyzed in this case. The first of those items was an item 3-2, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. And there was some dirt debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show content?
I gave Mr. Jackson a copy. Yes, thank you. Showing you a photograph, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
So this is a photograph that I took. It's item 3-2, but it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding, that's showing a physical match between those two items.
Your Honor, call both the seats to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection. Okay.
Exhibit 195.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490. Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Is that the photograph that I just presented to you?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that is